Hello, and welcome to Automat Live Coding. This is a stream where we write a game automation tool called Automat. What you see on screen is Automat, however, it has one overlay here, something that we've done during the last stream. We haven't wrapped up this thingy here. So what you see here, this text which is scrolling across the screen, is a new warning system that's going to be built into Automat. So when some conditions happen which kind of endanger the stability of the system, a warning is going to be displayed like that. Of course, it's not going to be displayed on top of everything on top of the screen. We need to move it to another layer, and the specific warning, it should only be displayed when you zoom in too much, because at some zoom level, the value of the zoom, which is currently now 50 million something, when I keep zooming in, you will see that it's going to increase and increase and increase and increase and increase, and eventually it's going to reach not a number value. And the problem is that once a zoom reaches this value, there is no going back. When I try to zoom out, nothing's going to happen. So this warning is meant to, in the case of zoom, to alert the user that there is too much zoom. Okay, so this is what we will do. We will try to fix this warning, and I found some materials online, so I want to show you where this design comes from. So I was in an art museum recently, and there was this exhibit there which showed a work from... There is a series of works from this guy, Jerzy Treliński, and what he did was he put his name in a fancy futuristic, actually maybe not futuristic, maybe it's old school font, on top of lots of objects. He published a book which is filled with just, his name. He designed a bunch of objects covered with this texture, and I like it. I really like it. I think this has a sort of like dystopian technical feel, and it's cool. It's perfect for errors, I think. He did one more thing, which was so awesome, really awesome. You cannot see this here, but what he did is he took a lot of those images and he printed them using offset printing with a very large stencil, with a very large dot size. I don't know what's the proper terminology in English. Maybe it will be visible somewhere. Unlikely. Anyway, stencil prints, they have this dot-like pattern, very similar to Automat's halftone dots. And yeah, those dots that we are using here. His works also used something similar. He only used black and white, but it was looking incredibly nice. Anyway, offset pattern is another thing that I think we could implement as a shader one day, maybe. I don't want to swap out the halftone. Halftone is fine, it's okay. It's very good at making sure that our raw resolution images have some extra detail at a higher scale. Okay, fix some of the issues with this pattern. So one thing that happens is that every 10 seconds it jumps back. We're going here and jump back. And I noticed this issue during the last stream, and I don't know how it sneaked in, but it seems like our steady saw function, whose main goal is to create a smooth wave from 0 to 1. It's actually wrong. I'm curious, does the duration have context per constructor? Would be nice. Yes, yeah. So copy constructor doesn't seem to be context. Okay, there is context version. So let's mark it as context. Context is like a better inline font. Yes, it is context.
As 989, 772 says,
Hello.
Hey. There was one more design that I really liked. So in addition to this thing here, there were also a bunch of works by... Actually, there was not a bunch of works, there was just one work by another guy, and he made this. And this picture is using everything I kind of like in the design. It's using natural colors. So you have... Actually, this one is kind of darkish by colors like blue, white, browns, reds, you know, the natural colors that you will see outside. They just create this pleasing feeling. It uses open space, large open space. It has a nice, elegant arrangement of things, which is balanced. No, you have lots of things on the bottom, but you also have an element on top. The colors are also balanced. That's another thing that makes it look nice. And it's also showing sort of... It's a surrealist painting, right? But it's... all surrealist paintings do this. But in design, in computer design, the type of skeuomorphism that Automat uses is... It's not this nitty-gritty skeuomorphism where things pretend to be actual things. Those are idealized versions of things. Like this mouse, it probably wouldn't fit nicely in your hand. This icon would probably not fit nicely, but it looks cool. The plastic here is free of scratches. It's like this dreamy, ideal version of reality. All those things that you have access to here. And surrealism also does a little bit of this. So I really like this painting. I actually wanted to put this on the background so that it's a really nice, pleasant thing to look at, you know, while you are doing something. The only problem is that the author has died a couple of years ago, and I basically spent half a day yesterday trying to find his kids. He's from Lithuania, I think. So unfortunately, all of the tricks that I can use to find local artists, they do not work. I could call the museum, but even the museum, they bought this painting from a private collector. Anyway, so I really would love to use this as a background, but I'm afraid I cannot because of copyright, because copyright is still active and this work cannot really be reproduced. Yeah. And he made a lot of more works like that. Like this one is another one. And I love it because it also shows something you don't see on the first sight. The thing is that storks, this bird, it actually feeds on frogs. So this picture actually shows probably the last, seconds of this frog's life. Because he seems to be targeted by this stork. And it's still surrealist. And again, really nice balance, really nice selection of colors. It's a very pleasant, pleasant environment. And this is like a year later painting, 2 years later.
That's interesting. I wouldn't have thought to use a free form painting as canvas background.
I was actually looking at this painting very closely, and it's actually a good scan. It's very accurate. But what you will see if you look very closely at this painting is that it is an oil painting, so it's super reflective. So here it's super smooth, but if you actually go to the museum and look at it, you will see lots of lights reflecting from tiny particles of oil on the canvas. And I'm not sure if it can be translated even to Automat faithfully, because we would probably need another shader to do this kind of light reflection properly, to make it look like an actual painting and not like a print. Because right now we are using a shader that pretends to be a paper. So we have this, and he also did more interesting paintings. I'm not sure if we can find this. And they are all slightly perverse. Like, for example, there is this predator and prey here. And here you see, two frogs kind of embracing into each other. And those two frogs, those are different species of frogs. So it's... I love the subtle controversy that he places in all his images. Again, two beetles. And if you look closely, those are two different species of beetles. Again, very subtle difference. About to be eaten, yeah. It's such... They just have so much fun symbolism, his images. Or this one. Yeah, but again, it's just... I would love to have something like this. Unfortunately, it's not going to be possible. Oh, and even this, he also made a couple of paintings with space and different, again, symbols floating in space. He has one with a rooster, and he has one with, I think, feet, yeah. That's also cool. It reminds me of those images with, a starry background and some portrait in front of it. But instead of a portrait of a person, you have feet or a rooster, which is like a symbol of a stupid animal. It's just like one of the stupidest things on a farm. Like the one thing that screams like crazy every morning. Instead of, for example, of a face of a famous person. Okay. So this is what I wanted to show, mostly as, so this is the genesis for this pattern here. You can even see that the font is very, very inspired by this design here.
Space and PHP would be nice.
Okay, here. Okay, this is context. Nice. So what I want to do here is actually this. Is there a division for durations?
I have not actually looked into art before this, but it seems pretty cognitive. I'll be more open to it from now.
Yeah, it's especially in programming, I think design is important. Super important. It's a signal of quality, it's a signal of care, and it makes it kind of pleasant for you to be in some environment. So a good, like the programmers mostly know this from themes, right? I can select different themes for my editor. Unfortunately, themes are mostly about selecting, colors. I mean, I could also tweak some fonts in the UI to make this look more pleasant. Unfortunately, Z does not allow backgrounds, like complex backgrounds. It pains me. But this is the sad reality. Z does not allow cool styling. I would style the hell out of Z if I only could. This is what I did with VS Code. My VS Code is
Are you
styled a
aware
lot.
of the field human-computer interaction? It uses science and experimentation to determine good designs.
Oh yeah, yeah. Absolutely. I would say the whole Automat thing it belongs to HCI, to this field. Because the point is to create a good interface to control computers. I'm looking at this formula here, and I can explain why I'm looking for it for such a long time. It's because I want to take this math, do this math in integers, ideally. We could probably have to check Compiler Explorer. Actually, maybe that's not such a bad idea. Okay, let's look at machine code. Not 0, probably. So, what are we doing? No much for 2 seconds.
I installed the original XC a few days ago. I underestimated how bare bones it would be. I think I might have talked about this. But that experience had a big effect on me.
Yeah, I never used the... I mean, maybe I did use original V a couple of times.
There was no visual mode. The cursor didn't change shapes in insert mode, and it was just super hard to know what mode we were in. So I'm good with new Vim for now.
There is also Vim improved, Vi improved. And this is somewhere in between NeoVim and Vi.
NeoVim was apparently created because Vim was too dependent on one person, although they're equal in capability. The original Vim author passed away, unfortunately. A few years ago.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I was literally working in the same building as him. He also used to work at Google in Switzerland. He was like 1 floor below me. I wanted to ask him for an autograph, but I thought it was silly. Abandoned the idea.
I found this interesting project.
URL.
Oh, sorry. Wow.
URL.
It's like a nice editor for for 1,000 lines of code. Slightly more than 1,000. But you know, it's C, so you could technically put this all on a single line. You just expand all macros, all includes, and remove the white space.
Excluding comments.
Cool. Yeah, that's a cool one. What is duration? Period. I will put some seconds here. An interesting type, ratio. Okay, so those are 64-bit values, integers. No, duration must allow negatives. Okay. So the reason I want to use longs here is they retain accuracy. So it doesn't matter how long is the system uptime, still have the same accuracy at all positions. Okay, so this is, I think, decent implementation. Oops. Okay, so here is the assembly. We are calling the study clock now. We are clearing the XMM. This is we're putting in EDI. It's probably related to printf. And because this function was inlined. Okay, so into arrays we are moving this. So this is some value. I remember move ups, it's moving something from memory, I think. This looks like an immediate. Okay, so we have a very large immediate value. We have a multiplication. Okay, this looks like a division. There is this trick to do fast division by multiplication. And I think when you multiply in x86, the result, when it's 64-bit, it's put in two different registers, so A and D.
I would have expected the architecture to give this abstraction, not GC say. Fast division?
It can't really be done by the CPU. The compiler has to figure this out. Okay, so by switching to unsigned, I allowed it to. So there is one. So there is this multiplication and just one right shift, right? When it was signed, there were two right shifts. Those. And that was because you can see that this array X is shifted by 63 bits. So there is just one bit in array X, probably the sign bit. I think because I was using integers here. It's producing a very slightly, very sadly, of one instruction less efficient code. Okay, unsigned is better. So we have crazy constant multiplication. We have another crazy constant put into X. Right shift. And what is this? Another multiplication. It's not good. Maybe that's good. It's okay. And then we have instructions which I have no idea what do they do. Convert signed double word integer. Do these differently? Or maybe just divide, not take remainder. I will change this to integers again. Maybe integers will do this better. Still to multiplications. This is the new steady saw implementation. Okay, and that should remove the jumping issue, I hope. It's still jumping. This is because the text is diagonal. Yeah, so I need to multiply this by square root of 2 or something like that. And now it's scrolling smoothly. And it should take 10 seconds to do a single scroll. Let's count. You can count it with a timer.
What's the factor you're displaying after? Zoom. That. Is it the value of the float?
This is how much. So when zoom is at 1, that means the grid on screen, it matches real world units. So this is 1 centimeter grid. If I put a ruler to the screen, now it shows 1 centimeters. So all of the objects in Automat, they are using, normal units. They are not using pixels. This is all measured in centimeters and millimeters. So this is zoom 1, and when I zoom it a little bit more closely, like 2, everything is twice as large. This is the value. I will actually get rid of this value. I will just show max zoom. I was thinking about this, and yeah, probably not worth. I want to measure the time, so I press this. Okay, we'll do this again at the start of the text. Here. So 2 of them have passed. Tick. Yeah, 1 passed. And 2.
Daughter.
I want to see what I'm returning from here. One and bam to 0. Maybe I need to divide. Okay, I had to divide. I don't understand the math, but okay, it's fine. So this will show 2 texts, they will overlap, so not perfect.
T-Bone 1960 says,
Aye.
Hey. Not much is visible. Okay, so this is roughly the effect I was going for. I just need to adjust this distance.
Asnin 189,070.72 says,
That's sweet.
Yeah, we will also put this at the right position so it will appear when you zoom in too closely, and I will add the zoom limit. Okay. So now the distance between words is reasonable. Text, let's change the text. Instead of formatting anything, we can just have a fixed text. Not zoom, this will be
I think users without a computer background wouldn't understand scientific number notation.
yeah, that's true. I wanted to, when I was looking for font, I was looking at font with superscript. We need some spaces. Maybe I can put space at the start and at the end. It's nice that the font is simple. There is no extra text processing, so space has a fixed width of, I don't know, 18 units or something like that. And I like that the size of the space matches the distance between lines. Okay. This has to be animated. So let's put an animated value in widget. There are some zoom values. I will call this zoom limit alpha.
Is it possible to somehow increase the Z index of the bottom menu carousel so that the warning text doesn't cover it?
Yes, that's the next point. I do want to do this. One thing at a time, though. One thing at a time. I actually don't see where I'm tweaking the zoom. This is camera position, right? Here it's happening. Okay, this weird syntax is actually how animation is handled in Automat. So when I have any animated value, I keep track of when it's animating. So this is going to return 0 once the animation finishes. So while we are animating, it's just going to keep the renderer running. So renderer is not going to go to sleep in the middle of animation because of this. Okay, let's grab this zoom limit alpha.
Viaub, making second cup of coffee, John.
Actually, that's a good idea. I think I will grab the coffee as well. Yeah, so also BRB on this side. Should work. It should work. Yeah, there we have our zoom limit. Okay, grabbing this animation where the zoom starts should be simple. We will just add an alpha here, I think, or maybe I can add alpha here. The zoom. It appeared too fast again. Hmm. Maybe animation is wrong?
CP Chica says,
Hello.
Hey,
Nights Are Close says,
Hey everyone.
hey Knight. I have so many accounts.
CP Chica says,
Today I found out Clang is basically cross-compiler.
Yeah, it's built totally different from GCC when it comes to cross compilation. It has all of the architecture built in. Super convenient. Oh yeah, this should not be one, this should be... That was the issue. Timer.
JCHA is one compiler per target dot twice.
Yeah. And all of the toolchain is per target with different tools for everything. It's... I guess at some level it's probably elegant, but yeah, I'm not sure. So now we have this warning that appears when I zoom in too closely. I will make it appear slightly larger, I mean later. Maybe at 10 million zoom level. can cross this boundary, and only then this warning will appear. There's one more thing. This one more thing is that the speed of animation, I would like to vary it. It shouldn't be just linear. I will call this zoom limit scroll. And instead of this, where was this? Steady saw. I will use this value. Can we do this? No, we cannot. Okay, so now this scrolling will be too fast. This is strange. Okay, maybe here should do. Should say that this should keep animation active.
As 989 7072 says.
Back. Joe.
Okay, it's a subtle difference, but it now deaccelerates when it shows up. When you zoom out, you can see that the text will slightly accelerate as it fades out. Very subtle thing. I could make this more pronounced if I divide it twice. Cool. And maybe to go with the name of the stream, too much zoom. It will sound better. Zoom limit, to me, it's kind of hard to read it. Cool. Now, the layer thingy. Yeah. But actually, the warning is also important because it's the wording makes you understand the message faster or slower. And I think if this is stated in a like declarative way, like zoom limit or maximum zoom or zoom max, you kind of have to think for a couple of seconds before it reaches your consciousness what's happening. And when it's like complaining, like too much zoom, I think it hits like it's probably possible to understand this message a little bit faster. I think this wording for errors might be nicer.
Stop zooming. Lol. Only.
Stop zooming also would be nice. Okay, layers. We need a layer. I'm looking at this code and it's so nice that we can create a new texture without even having a concept of a texture. What I'm really doing here is I'm creating a quote picture recorder, and Skia is going to convert this into a proper texture the client side. This is so cool. Okay, we need to somehow get into these draw children, because all of the, I guess, child objects are drawn here. Few children. No, back order. Okay. Apparently, root widget has an array called children. I actually wonder what's there. So this is the stuff that's going to be rendered in the front. Then we will render the keyboard widget. So keyboard has a separate layer in the rendering UI. It's not, you don't see it very often, but there is a cursor in Automat that kind of flies around when you type text. So when I have a text field like this, when I press it, there is this cursor here. And this is apparently drawn above, above all the other objects. Okay, and zoom. And when I close it, it flies back to the mouse.
I've been reading the structure Scientific Revolutions by Thomas Kuhn.
Never heard of it. What's that? There is also the black hole somewhere in there. I need to figure out what's the right order. Actually, I will be right back. And I'm back. So I wanted to figure out the layering in the Automat's interface. So what do we have? So we have the gray background at the very bottom. I'm not sure what's the proper spelling. Gray. Okay. And this is definitely the bottommost layer. Then we have background. So this gray background is part of root widget. So this image background is part of something called machine. And then we have what? Objects which are laying on top of it. And on top of this, there is a toolbar. But actually, it should be more than a toolbar. Let's call this UI or fixed UI. I'm doing this in the opposite order, so gray background is at the bottom. Or maybe I will do it like so. This is so we have toolbar, we have black hole, and on top of everything there is stuff that's currently grabbed by the pointer. Then we have actually the stuff that's grabbed by the pointer is rendered by so the pointer overlay. There is the keyboard overlay, which is at the very top. And there is this mysterious children array. I have no idea what's in there. I guess nothing. Now, where do we put the warning? So I will highlight the elements which are affected by zoom. So this gray background is actually not affected by zoom, by camera. Pointer and keyboard, they are affected by the camera position somewhat. So the warning should definitely be drawn below the fixed UI. But somehow on top of pointer and grab objects and keyboard. So if I grab an object and I start zooming in, I will stop rendering it. Okay. The zoom warning will appear. Okay, so this is where the zoom warning should appear. Black hole, toolbar, and here. Thinking how to do this efficiently. Looking at this compositor, I think we could have a new value here that would prevent compositing altogether.
Are you aware of the Burn.js runtime?
I heard about it, never used it. I only ever used default Node.js. I think we need to implement shape. We will store this here as value. And it's a lot of boilerplate just to draw this warning. I guess it's necessary. Okay, time to implement all those things here. We'll actually not do anything.
Bun claims to be 4x faster than Node because of using Safari's JS engine rather than Vate. But in my experience, Safari isn't noticeably faster than Chrome.
4x is a lot. It's maybe it's on some benchmarks, you know. The whole point of V8 is to be, you know, ridiculously fast. Okay, next is the draw function. It's going to contain this. And it needs const. I actually wonder, maybe it should have texture bounce. I will think about this. Right now, it can just render directly to the parent texture. And this, I need this.
B.
I think that's missing.
Says, hello Mateuszter Dorkiewicz 76. This is a reminder that TTS only works in English. Please use English in chat. Thank you.
Yeah, there is a piece of code in the TTS that checks for Polish messages. Don't be discouraged though. This limitation, like rule for no Polish, is for inclusivity. There is lots of people on Twitch and on YouTube who are not speaking Polish. I think this is what I should do. Let's see. Zoom in, zoom in, zoom in. And it's not showing. It's not there. Ah. Somehow this compiles on first try, which is a shock. Huh. Let me log some messages. Okay, it is apparently drawn. I don't see tick being called, and this is wrong. This is very wrong. Go tick. So here's where the zoom can change. Exponential approach. I'm using exponential approach. That's very interesting. We'll just wake it always whenever there is tick. It's definitely cold. Why is it never active?
Thaddeus Globojad says,
BW, what is happening RN? Is it a game of some sort or what?
It is sort of a tool for automating games, but the plan is to make it sort of like a game itself too. It's a bunch of kind of smaller tools. Oh, there was a glitch there. That can do stuff like record macros. And when I play this back, it's going to replay the same motion or the same sequence of keystrokes, because I can also record keystrokes. It's going to move the mouse, press space, and then WSAD. It's for doing macros in games. It's like AutoHotkey, if you're familiar with AutoHotkey. Oh, we crashed. Nice. I think this... And right now I'm trying to add a zoom warning so that you don't zoom in too closely, because there is a level when you zoom in where you cannot go back anymore, when the zoom factor becomes, where it exceeds floating point values. Hey, it's never animated. Definitely above the limit. Why would that be? I think... I'm not sure. Should be drawn. It is drawn, I think. Tick function is messed up. This should not be 0 at this point. maybe again. This is way too small, this timer.d. Okay, I think I know why. It's because so it's okay to have a very small value on the first animation frame. So what is happening, this timer D is super tiny because the animation just started. Oh, it's actually negative. Huh. Even know why. It's because this timer is like a global thing. It's a clock that we are, when rendering, we are updating it on every frame. There is a tick, 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 and it records the times of those ticks. When a widget is being woken, we actually calculate how long ago the widget was woken, and this time tells us how much time has passed since the widget was woken till the current frame started. And in this case, we're actually waking this zoom warning after the frame started rendering. So this gives us negative time here. This is interesting. Maybe there is a better way than wake animation. It's an interesting bug, maybe I should comment it. So this wake animation is kind of like it's meant to wake the animation from other threads when other things are happening. And here we should do some magic. Something like that. So we should not get negative values anymore. Those negative values, these sorts of errors, maybe I could show a warning. Okay, now it should show the text. Sweet. This is what we wanted. Too much zoom. Like zoom in, it disappears. Zoom out. Cool. I think this should print a warning. Actually, when delta time is less than 0, I think this could happen legitimately when multiple threads are involved. When a different thread bumps this wake time, yeah. I think instead of returning finished, it should just continue.
Nixifidev says,
Hello. I am once again here.
Hey,
I am once again here. Thank you, TTS-ed, for saying it twice.
it does this. If you use a lot of interpunction, it can also do other funny things, like it can be confused. The sound of old person is actually very appropriate because it's TTS. It makes the same type of issues as somebody very old, who has a slurred speaking. The same kind of issue errors that they make. DTS also makes.
That is interesting on another note. I finally committed my work today. I am a free elf once again. Well,
Congrats. I'm trying to record all of the possibly relevant information here. Okay. And remove the logs in them.
Sissy-X7 says,
Isn't blue light not good for eyes?
It's the color of the sky. You know, blue light is natural. There were some studies decades ago about color of computer screens, and there are some colors that promote wakefulness, so that you just get less sleepy when looking at them, and blue is one of those colors. It's probably not good to watch blue stuff in the evening. During the day, I guess it signals to your brain somehow that it's still daylight and it should be bright and you should be active. Okay, this is our animation. Kicks in at the right time, it disappears at the right time. It doesn't spam the logs. Cool. I'll put in a macro recorder and zoom in. And we get this nice warning. Cool. I feel like each thing I implement, it shows other opportunities for improvement. One thing that could be improved are those compositors.
Nice animation. Also, thanks for explanation.
Okay, I think the feature I wanted to implement is complete. So I will go through the changes here and make sure I'm not this warning SKSL. I'm not using this. So I'm not using this. I can delete this. I'm not using this. Quantum Realm GLSL, I'm not using this. Let's go through the changes. New font. Yep. By the way, how large is this font? I'm not sure I checked. EBIO bold. 30 kilobytes. Yeah, that's acceptable. This is also heavy data. I could have used heavy data. This is fine. Quantum Realm. Apparently I submitted already something.
says, hello, Sissy-X7. This is a reminder that TTS only works in English. Please use English in chat. Thank you.
Yeah, and exactly for those kind of messages, there is a bot that checks for Polish. No. Okay, so this code is mostly AI generated. Half of this code is broken, but it seems to work okay. It's actually a lot more things to fix here. What system is this? This is Gentoo. This is Gentoo Linux. It's a very work-intensive system. I would recommend it for programmers. If you're a programmer, yeah, go ahead, use it. If you want to do other things on your computer, then something like Debian would probably be better. This is our massive command. Yeah, it's unused. That's funny. Timeline CC doesn't need any of those changes. Okay, there is this code here. Yeah, Mint is actually Mint is probably better than Debian for regular daily use. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Mint is I think it's the best Linux experience you can have if you just want to use your computer and do stuff with it. It's sort of the basic of Office apps. Games should work out of the box. I guess it has Steam and so on. We'll just do this at max scale. Sure if this is right, but I will run this and see if it causes artifacts. I changed some math here a little bit. Of course, that should be less. The NVIDIA AMD stuff? I wouldn't be so sure of that. So I'm using NVIDIA. It works wonderfully. And the open source drivers. So maybe if you use open source drivers, then you can have issues. But the official drivers, they work pretty sweet. Maybe laptops had some issues, because I think power saving on GPUs is it's hard. So and this is the object which causes crashes if I zoom in too much. And it's not crashing, so that's good.
Nixifidev says,
Lurking, cooking food at the end. Del, slim, numsia, na al parsi, lunch gaps and iron.
Yeah, maybe. CUDA drivers are excellent on Linux. A lot of the AI workloads, they are run on data centers, computers, on servers, so they need good drivers. Yeah, so it's super convenient. NVIDIA actually has some really nice tools for working on Linux. It's just they're all proprietary, so you have to sign up for NVIDIA account and download the SDK from their website. They have something called, in addition to CUDA, they also have OptiX. It's kind of sweet. Thanks.
Asnan, 189,072 says,
Nixifidev is always cooking food.
Yeah.
Nixifidev is full-time programmer and part-time chef.
Nixifidev says,
The lady is doing her exams at the end, so I am helping doing the cooking so she has more time.
That's very nice.
As 989,072 says,
Now, that's a gigasha.
some important messages for the future me.
Would it be better to define the 1 million as a constant macro?
Probably. Actually, this scale is more complex. I'm surprised that 1 million works. Because scaling from pixels to meters is something like... The scale also accounts for scaling from pixels to meters. From meters to pixels, and then scaling to match those. Yeah, like modeling this, decomposing this constant into meaningful components is going to be hard. Yeah, but it's connected with this maximum exponent, I mean maximum logarithm. It would be nice to connect them. True. I think that's fine. And this will go away, by the way. I hope in the next version. If we update Skia, it's probably that this issue is going to be gone. I'm just looking at the code to see if everything makes sense, if there are any pointless, unnecessary things here. There is one thing that I think should be managed by the language, is that I have this zoom warning class embedded within root widget in the header. Yeah, so this class, it contains pointer to the parent class, right? But the thing is, this pointer should not be necessary. It should be able to derive this pointer based on its own address, based on the this, because the offset of this class within the root widget is fixed. And there are some ways to make it work, but it's complicated, and I don't want to hyper-optimize. I think something like this, I think Java does this by default. If you have a nested class in Java, Java can actually compress and eliminate pointers to parent classes.
I'd rather write PHP than Java.
They're both fine. The new Java doesn't even look like the old one.
CP Chica says,
I'd rather write Java than PHP. Java is more sane than PHP.
I used to write I wrote a chapter for the PHP handbook for the high schools in Poland. It was like 15 years ago.
As 900,
It's possible it's still used.
772 says,
PHP engineers keep deprecating things for some reason. Keep breaking backward compatibility.
I wrote about PHP, but never really wrote much of it. Actually forgot all about PHP by now. It is warning clues, okay. Those compositors are a killer idea. I haven't seen them used in any software. It's such a cool concept. So that each widget can decide how it wants to be composited with the parent.
CP Chica says,
I remember old login PHP pages.
Yeah, everybody had to implement their own account creation system. Back in the day when it was possible to send emails easily. Okay, stage all. Okay, actually I forgot about the most important thing, the zoom limit. Double check whether it still works. So, okay, this was kind of the plan for today. So now we have some time, and I mentioned this guy makes those paintings I really like, and I mean, I cannot really contact him. He died like 12 years ago. But I think we can, I mean, this is just beautiful, this stuff. I want to have a background in Automat based on this image. I think we can maybe create something similar. I would use this image directly if I could only contact the people who inherited this, I mean, his children, essentially. I need to get their permission to use this image directly. And I don't know if he has children, where they are. I've spent half a day yesterday searching for this online. He's from Lithuania, the guy. And I don't know how to access their records or things like that. But what I think we could do is maybe we could try to make some sort of AI-based college that... Okay, it's never going to be as nice as this, but maybe we can approach this. And the point is to replace the parrots, the parrot images in Automat. They are actually boring. I know I've spent like a couple of hours coming up with them and now I'm getting rid of them, but the point of background is to be more interesting. I don't want something just black and white. Oh.
1987 painting. Must be radioactive.
And he made more cool stuff like that. For this one, I don't even know what the symbolism here, but he tried to... I mean, so amazing. He always sneaked something very subtly perverse in those paintings. Something that, you know, just like here, for instance, you can see this, the stork. There is folk wisdom says that the storks, they hunt frogs. So this frog is going to be hunted. Those are last seconds of this frog. There was also this one, which seems so... It's a surrealist painting. It seems very calm, right? But this actually is showing a flood. So this is a flood. So all those animals, they are gathered here because they have nowhere else to go. So this is actually... I read that this was actually supposed to be like a disaster, a painting of a tragedy. It doesn't look like a tragedy, it looks very calm.
What is Automat not liking about my last message?
You have to ask Twitch, because this is the Twitch. Twitch is responsible for the Automod. Maybe there is something in the reflections? If you look at the reflections, you can see that not every animal actually has a reflection. You know, only a deer has a reflection, this rabbit and this penguin, and only this tree and this tree. So there is some subtle message hidden in this painting. I don't know what it is.
Frogs have an inter. Now I can't unsee it.
And I love this, it's so... the one with frogs. Again, it's so... This one is kind of almost emotional, you know, because those frogs, they are embracing, you know, one another. Cool stuff, cool stuff. There is, like I say, we will try to reproduce one of those paintings with AI, and it's not really possible to capture all of the symbolism with AI, because with prompt you don't have such fine control. We will see. I think copyright allows derivative art. It's probably different per country, but yeah. Okay, let me fire up the stable diffusion. And source images. Sailor Moon. This is background Krita. So this is our background. I think we had a couple different backgrounds. A couple different candidate backgrounds. I think some of them would be nicer. Okay. I need to update this thingy. Is it updated? Please restart Krita. Okay. Sweet. We'll change the model to flats. Where is flat? Here.
Asnan 189,072 says,
Qt applications on GNOME, for some reason, do not look too good.
So I want to have a surrealist painting showing which one we will go. Maybe this.
TP Chica says,
Because GNOME forces title bar design. By default, target.
Yeah, unfortunately this is common for Wayland. This is like one of the things we lost when we moved away from X is that now you cannot control the border of windows. It's fully controlled by the Wayland compositor. Which is bad. It was nice to have custom window managers. I mean, I still have it because I'm still using X11, but apparently they are going away.
What are you using for AI in Krita?
So this is the most important plugin for Krita. Krita AI Diffusion. If you want to use Krita, you have to use this. You just have to. This is what makes Krita better than Photoshop. It's, I would say this is the best implementation of AI-based image editor. You can select and have regional prompts. You select a region, you type a prompt, and it fills the region with the stuff that you want. Okay, let's generate. Is the shortcut. Generate, okay.
Asnan 189,072 says,
Okay, math. I'm gonna get some working myself now. See you on Friday or later today if you're still on. Bye. CP Chica.
See you around.
CP Chica says.
Asnin, 189,772.
Oops. So some of those pictures are nice, but they have too much contrast. Okay, and you can see that I have very... Okay. The control over this image is just... AI really tries to create those super balanced images, and they are... This is better, this is better. Coloristically, they use full range of colors, which is not always the intent. I actually want to have very low contrast here. And this environment, this is kind of necessary to create this sense of, you know, emptiness. And the trees cannot be too close. I will reduce the number of images to, I don't know, 3. Let's generate again. See, it just cannot generate this stuff. Like, those kinds of images, they were just not in the training data. This one's almost good, almost. Is the attached bitmap? Yeah. Layer transform. I can maybe influence it a little. Like this. It improved by not by much. You can also describe the rest of the image. So I'm really trying to emulate this image as closely as possible. Some of them are decent images. So not all of those flowers are spring flowers. This one, the white one, this is something that you see in spring. But this and this, I think those are summer flowers. It should be lens flare. Starry lens flares. So we are getting, but oh, now this is just awful. I don't know why AI has this very strange feel to it. Here it was actually decent, and here it's trying too much. It doesn't have any subtlety, the AI. Zero subtlety. Snowdrop. I'm not sure. So this is Poppy, this is Snowdrop, and this is... I don't know what this is called, or this... It also doesn't know how storks look, so this is how AI draws storks. You can see how much it's losing. And now I'm lowering the refinement strength, so the AI can actually see the original image that it's kind of modifying. But when this was at 100%, this is what the AI was generating. No, just terrible proposals. Here there were a couple good ones. The painting and surrealism were more important here. It's almost like this picture. Go to, I don't know, 60. It's almost the source image. Except the flowers are... Those are not spring flowers. $55. Actually, I don't know where is the point where this becomes a reproduction, because in art there is this concept of reproduction. We could try different models, actually. Maybe... Let's just try random models. This Zavy Chroma. Refine. It's a totally different type of model. This is not a flux, this is stable diffusion model. And I have to say, it's much more broken, but it's much better at capturing the style, the feel. Actually, really like the feel. Let's try Starlight. Starlight is also decent. Stable diffusion free. Stable diffusion is slightly... The older ones, they are very good with kind of styles. They are perfect for a sort of vibe AI arting. But almost nobody uses stable diffusion free because it's slower, it's less capable, and it has this stronger AI feel to it. It's looking better than Xavi Chroma, I have to say that, but everything is more messed up here. Pony is going to look terrible because Pony is optimized towards anime characters. Or not necessarily anime, just highly aesthetic characters. So it has no concept of storks and frogs. And try line melts. This one needs a prompt, so I need to add line melts in the prompt to activate its features. This one is going to be very different. This one is going to create a pencil sketch. So it's going to apply a style to the generated image. Or not. It didn't. Maybe there is a little bit of pencil here. Continue. Dream Shaper. So Dream Shaper is the least capable of all models in terms of understanding of the prompt, but it makes up for it with style. It's very good at generating nice textures. For upscaling kind of stuff. I think everything else is going to look meh. Xavi Chroma was nice. I will try to lower this strength a bit more and try another one from Xavi Chroma. It is deforming everything, right? Let's try Dream Shaper again. So what Dream Shaper could use is regional prompts. It's possible to have regional prompts. Actually, let's do this. I will create a new layer.
If 408034 says,
Sup? Have you had a chance to check out the Z image model? Great results, and
Not
it weighs
yet.
quite little for such capabilities.
Not yet. I've seen it. And in this case, so those new models, what they are improving is prompt understanding, and Z image is very good at this. And in here, I almost don't want the model to understand the prompt. In a sense that what I really care is the symbolism and style of the image. Maybe I could try it. See, does Krita already support this model? It definitely has an issue for the image. Yeah. Okay, maybe it will work. I would have to probably browse through options to enable it.
I don't want the model to understand the prompt. Is the most unexpected sentence in 2025. But yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah. So those are images from Flux, and you can see Flux is very good at prompt. Like, it got stork, it got the frog, only the direction the frog is looking is wrong. It got the flowers, the front patch, like everything that I described in text, it captured. But, compare this to the original made by the artist. And you can see that, hey, the artist actually meant something here. There is this front scene which shows the like predator and prey. I'm not sure if it's possible to make images like that with AI. We will see, we will see. Okay, so what I'm doing right now is I created a new layer for grass. Log the alpha. Paint it in the grassy color. And one advantage of Krita is that I have these regional prompts. So I can write patch of grass, blah blah blah. I will create another layer for storks. Let's make them, I don't know, this color. Maybe this thing should be wider. Also capture those.
Nixify says,
Making calzones. They're in the oven right now.
New original prompt. Okay, and I can put this prompt here. And this is going to help the Dream Shaper to not mess up the image as much. I have a little prompt that should be affecting the sky, so I will add another region for the sky. Or like sky. And this is why I like this extension to Krita. It's kind of excellent when it comes to regional and like controlling the model. And this front stork, I can also create a section for this one. Like this, I don't know. This faint tree line. Let's also create a section for this tree line. Yeah, I don't know. Yes, now I can hide those layers. Let's do a refine now. So this is using Dream Shaper, so the least capable model. And you can see that the quality immediately improved. The frog is looking more like a frog. It's far from perfect still. I don't think it's possible to improve this imagery. Everything is going to be just a poor imitation. I can try the Excel model. Let's try Excel model. I think this bird is probably absent from the training data. Doing some nice things, but and lower the refinement so that it's more faithful to the original image. And this level of strength, this is not really AI generation anymore. This is more like upscaling or refining. This is going to lose a lot of the detail. Maybe this. So this is an even different way of controlling the AI generation. This is adding an edge mask. So the AI, whatever it generates, it will try to follow the edges of the original image. Can I do this? Let's see what flags will generate now. Yeah, when you add too many those control layers, the soft edge, you can mess up the model quite a bit. The flex is not very flexible. I think if we are doing this, we should use the oldest possible model. Stable diffusion 1.5. You'll see that 1.5 actually generates better images than Flux here. They are very subtle rehashes of the original. At this point I don't think this is good enough. Okay, let's crank this strength back up. So this is going to be a fresh generation.
A 408034A says,
I joined late. Could you briefly explain what you will use this artwork for? Thank you.
In Automat, so this is the app that we are writing on this stream. It's an app for recording and replaying macros. So I can record a macro where I move the mouse, and I can play it back, and it's going to move my mouse and play it in a loop. And I can hook this up. So on the bottom bar, you can see a bunch of kind of objects. It's like just an environment for building stuff on your computer, like interactive things. And it has backgrounds. We have custom backgrounds. And somebody who downloads Automat, it's possible to replace a background. So you can just put an image in the same directory and it's going to use a different background. But I want to bundle something nice. And I was actually thinking, hoping that I could embed this artwork directly. Unfortunately, the artist, the person who made it, he died like 13 years ago, and I don't know how to contact his kids. I don't even know if he has any kids. So I'm literally trying to bring this art into Automat in a way that, because Automat is free, so I could actually bring it into Automat. It's not going to probably be a problem, and I'm not making any profit. But Automat itself is using an MIT license, so there is copyright issue here. So I cannot use it directly without his inheritors' consent. Okay, I will get rid of those regional prompts.
Nixifidev says,
Food is good, nom non tartar pash.
Yeah. So this is... I will remove this soft edge. The soft edge is probably making it much... the soft edge is a control layer. It messes up with the weights of the model. This is what causes the most artifacts. So removing the control layers helps. And you can see that this ancient model, the Dream Shaper, is just so much better than the modern Flux. When modern Flux was executing without constraints, this is what it was creating. It's faithful to the prompt, but I think they are much more creative. The older models, sometimes they can do interesting things. I will remove this. Okay, another one from Dream Shaper. Dream Shaper, it deserves the name. It absolutely deserves the name. You can see it's doing much crazier stuff. It's not so conservative like the new models. I think this is the one that we will use, but let me see if there's also this one. This is the Excel model. It's more faithful. It follows the prompt better, but it has more AI feel to it. You can see what it will generate. Mech. See, it totally forgets that we want a surrealist painting. Try this one. This is better. I will get rid of this part of the prompt because I think it's confusing the model. Let's generate a couple more. I like the idea of a rainbow. This is nice. This is cool. try with this. So here I am adding, I said control layers, but I'm adding this image as a reference, a style reference. Looks better. Let's try with this mode. Now this is getting nice. I think we are close. Oh yeah, we are getting there. Now, can we do regional prompts? Yeah. And that was wrong. And from those generated images, let's pick one that we will iterate on. Or maybe I can create more of them. Maybe I can try the older Dream Shaper. No, that's good. I'll go here. Okay, kind of like the old Shaper. It's much more bold with colors. And the Vikrama. We'll remove this patch of grass. Maybe a couple more. I don't like those dots on the sky. They are artifacts. More. Okay, let's go with this. So now I will delete a bunch of layers I'm not interested in. And in this image, I will just keep selecting regions and filling them. So this is just a way to get rid of those artifacts. Not connecting very well. We'll get rid of it. Maybe I need to select a larger region.
Request to change song por favor. Pantelun o shadi to the hout net to drink send his
This is a long song. Minutes. It's not going to work with the AI model. I will try just the stamp tool. Stamp tool should get rid of those artifacts.
Thank you.
Let me see. Yeah, stamp tool is the way. Who needs AI? I need to do the same on the water. Lots of work, but we are slowly getting a nice clean. And there are lots of things that don't make sense, and we just need to clean them up. Okay, so this is our really nice background, and probably start working with. And I like the motif of a circle around, so we will use that. We will probably change the images. So let's create a section here. Instead of a stork, we can have a parrot, right? In this place, in the image. And see that it's actually not that bad. They're not super well integrated with the rest of the image, but we can try different models. So Zavy Chroma. Let's try Flux. Okay, Flux doesn't support styles. We could try Dream Shaper. Dream Shaper is probably going to go crazy. Dream Shaper is the one which generated those images. You can see that the oldest model is like the most artistic. Yeah. Unfortunately, it can't integrate with the background very well. I think this will only work for the Diffusion XL models. It's very to do with AI. It's very to have meaningful, reasonable images here. Actually look decent. Let's try with Flux. Okay, Flux doesn't understand styles, but maybe based on context. Action. It's like he doesn't know how to do reflection of a frog. The frog feels very AI. This one is kind of cool. Chunky frog. This one is also nice. It got better. I just had to mention bleak, bright colors. I feel this one is nice. Now I need to select a region. And there is a way to do this. Show global selection mask. I can do this. Maybe with white. So small. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. Unfortunately, it captured the selection mask. Let's try filling this again. It hurts. They are so deformed. Maybe you can do like proper collage. Perfect. We can just use those. We don't need AI. Yeah. Where is it used? Amazing. We just need to find a couple of them and cut them out. And this one here, this one was actually perfect for the whole front plane stork. No, let's copy image. Paste this. Move there. Actually, no.
Ratamahata 666 says,
No Elo.
Hey. Use a hammer. Yeah, like that.
Well,
So I was thinking actually about using different birds, but like parrot, for instance. Parrot would be of nice because Automat uses parrots. Parrot is the spirit animal of Automat. Let me move this dark outline maybe. But there is a meaning behind stork. So stork is a predator, right? So it eats frogs. This is what makes this. This is what adds the meaning to this image. It's not a funny landscape scene with some animals. This is a hunt.
wow. I finally found someone who's editing photos by himself, not with AID.
says, hello Ratamahata 666. This is a reminder that TTS only works in English. Please use English in chat. Thank you.
Yeah, and there is a check for Polish language. I do speak Polish, obviously, but for inclusivity, it's... I know, there are chat rules somewhere, right? You read them. Let's see. Anyway, I will transform this stork. It's going to be smaller because we still want to roughly have the same motif as our reference picture. We also want to add this circle of abstract shapes around. Shapes and objects. It's going to be a surrealist image. Just retouching this a little bit here. Have less artifacts. Those artifacts are actually not going to be that bad, because in Automat, when we are actually going to add this image to the app, it's going to be filtered using the shader, the halftone shader that we wrote a couple streams ago. Oh yeah, I thought I was hiding my accent. That's nice to hear. Okay, now let's grab this. Something like this. Cool. Now, one thing I could do is I will merge this stork with the background, and I can maybe refine it a little bit with the chroma, with this style. Because this is a photo. We took this photo from Wikipedia, from Wikicommons, and maybe I will put something like 30. I want to add some more painting style. It should not be a photo pasted onto the image. It looks out of place here. But this totally messes up the stork. Oh no. 25%. Okay, I will do it differently. I will undo all of this. I want to get back to separate layer. Okay. Let's just do some color adjustment. Maybe redo scaling. I can do the transform again. Doesn't matter. The bird is flying from away, so maybe we can make it slightly bluer. Yeah, that looks nicer. So now it kind of fits with the rest of the picture. It has this blue tint. Implies it's flying from further away. This is going in a good direction. We can put more Automat symbolism here, I think. So let's continue with these storks. We have more stork images. When I think this one. Let's update the README. So that was our stork which was flying down. This one is perfect. Absolutely perfect.
As 989-1772 says,
I'm finding it very difficult to read bun documentation and find the right methods to use. But the challenge is nice too.
I heard some news about Ban, that it was acquired by Anthropic or something like that. I have no idea why they would buy a JavaScript framework. They're an AI company. Let's grab this one.
No idea why they would buy a JS runtime company. It's not a framework, though.
The background looks much nicer here. It should be easier to clean up this image. Actually, is there a higher resolution version? This is the original, I guess. Yeah, it has the JPEG artifacts. They are going to cause some issues, but nothing we cannot bypass. Scroll this by like 3 pixels. And there are 2 pixels. Delete. And then get of this nasty background. This one we don't need to clean up even, because this one is going to be super small. We'll just adjust the levels the same way as before. First I will make it brighter. And then on the blue channel I will push this further away.
Poor frog.
That was very nice. Let's see if we have any more images. It was this one, I think. I'm looking for them in flight. This would be nice, but it has complex background. It will be hard to, and it has like motion blur. It'll be hard to filter this out. There we go.
You should convert this into an NFT and sell it.
This is already a reproduction of, of an image by the actual artist. I would prefer to use the original, honestly, rather than recreating it here. There is the original on Flickr, yeah.
The museum you reached out to didn't respond.
The museum doesn't have the right to copy the image. It's silly, but the museum buys a painting, and they buy it from private collectors or on auctions. And even museum is bound to the same kind of copyright as everybody else.
Wow, that's surprising.
They can display it. Pasted below.
What if you go to the museum and take a picture with your camera?
So you can do this for personal use. And actually, I could probably even embed it in Automat, because Automat is non-commercial, so it doesn't make any money. So there is no... so copyright is kind of related to making revenue from making copies of work. So it's like... it's a fuzzy area. I'm not a lawyer, so probably I shouldn't talk too much about it. But the copyright, like the penalties for copyright, are usually related to the financial damages that, the author is denied if they cannot make, money from copying the painting. And if you don't make money, you're not really damaging the artist in any way. Or pixels. And copyright has a lot of exceptions. So for personal use, you can make copies. For your family, friends, as long as there is no, organized, as you're not doing this in an organized fashion or making profits from this. And the law is different for every country. So I can only say for how it works. In Polish law, I think it's made to resemble the American one. So I think it might be similar in US. I need to the edges a little. No, okay, that's enough. That's enough. Filter levels. Let's make it brighter. It looks like it's further away. Brighter. And also get rid of the blue component. Actually wonder, the perspective is probably wrong here. Then bird from the top, right? Maybe this one should be here.
Has the diving bird called dibs on the frog?
I think this is looking nice. I think the next element are probably flowers. Just checking what was the name. Snowdrop. Let's see if we can find Snowdrop here.
Yeah, the perspective was off when you put the bird near the trees in the backdrop.
Yeah, actually, when the perspective is off, it could be good because this is supposed to evoke some feelings of strangeness. It's not supposed to be super realistic. Some things should be a little bit off here. Let me find a good image of this plant. This one maybe. Let's see. Should be larger. I don't have the dexterity to do these kind of edits.
Nixified Ev says,
Muff making, art tort pint.
It happens. Okay, now the colors. And I think we need to make this warmer. This saturation probably is fine. This is good. And we have curves adjustment. I do. Okay. Yeah, that's so that the darkest greens should overlap with the greens we have here. Shouldn't be curved. I think a little bit out of place, but maybe when we add more of those, it'll be better.
as 989. 772 says,
Back to work. See you on next break.
This one is cool. It's shot with a very shallow depth of field, that's the problem. There you have a nice background. I don't even know what are those flowers. Would have to ask somebody who knows this stuff. And I see that the original actually puts those flowers around. Okay, maybe Wikipedia will just find flower illustrations. Actually, no. They had some things. Let me find them. This the advantage here is that for those images, they are ancient. There is probably a copyright for those expired. That's what I mean. Lot of black and white ones. Tulips. There was a tulip in the original image. Let's try pasting this, see how it looks. Okay, I think we can add those plants here. It's possible to blend them in. Reflections are tricky, but it's possible to do it. Like that. It's a snowdrop. But this one will be hard to blend. This is supposed to be spring, so I will try to grab those flowers. It will be such a pain to separate. The compression. Such a pain. Supposed to draw all of this? I think I am. Maybe I can fix the rest with levels. Maybe. Oh, saturation. Let's make it a little bit more saturated. Tiny bit warmer. Just to be cleaned up. There's too much happening here. I was looking for a filter called median blur. Median blur and do this kind of stuff. Has to be median blur here. Or maybe the key is to make it smaller. Yeah, let's try that. Such a painful image to work with. The next one should be easier. Those tulips. We'll try to take a couple of them. Let me grab more of them. I think this one. And this yellow one. So 2 more. I'm just adjusting levels so that the flowers, so that they don't stand out too much. So right now they pull too much attention. Should be more subtle. Okay. Try to draw a circle here so that I know how to arrange those things. Okay, so to make this circle more pronounced, the next step is to add the lens flares, like this. see. Okay, so the key element of those stars is they are not accurate. I think accuracy is not a goal for those stars. We go from white to yellow to nothing. Okay, we can do this. I think. I want to create a template. Let's try Dream Shaper. Dream Shaper is a little bit more creative. I like it. Not particularly clever. But it can do this kind of stuff. None of this is good. Percent. Okay, I think refining a section doesn't work quite well. For some reason it stopped working. I can draw my own star. Okay, and white sand. This is our star. Now we can maybe make it smaller, but it's sharper. Our circle. Maybe you can try to align everything on this circle. Okay, this is our attempt producing this image. Maybe I can do one more thing here, change the blending mode. Like multiply maybe. So that those trees are in front. in this fog lighting is nice. There was this hard light, maybe? Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's good enough. Now the big moment, putting this in Automat. This web key. It's meh. It looks strange. Would be nice. I want to see how the original art would look. I will hide maybe the layers. Yeah, because this is a painting, it looks much less amateurish. Image would be nice. Actually, I have to check one more thing, because the original size of this image was actually much higher. This is the, I've saved it at twice the resolution, so 2048 by 2048. It's a texture that we see very closely here, so yeah, and it looks amazing. And when we zoom in closely, it fades to the halftone pattern. I like the original like twice as much. If we get rid of the flowers, Maybe this could work. Let's go with this. How much space does it take? This BG 100 kilobytes. And the tiny version 60 kilobytes. Upscaling. Maybe enable prompt. The frog lost something, I think, during this upscaling process. Yeah. Disable this, do simple scale. It's not bad. It's okay actually. I think temporarily we will use this image. And yeah, I will look into using the original. By looking to, I think I will send a couple of emails. Maybe I can somehow get the permission to use the original. We'll definitely switch to original if we can. Okay, so this is it for now. On the next stream, I expect to take a look at the next big feature in Automat, which is going to be minimize to tray. Yeah. So this is it. Big feature is coming in. I think minimize to tray is going to finally make Automat kind of usable in more situations, definitely. You will be able to run this at all times and it will be just sitting in your system tray. Yeah, exciting times are coming. And I think before the end of December we should finish this, and that should be perfect, because next year, Steam release, early next year. Okay then, see you on Friday. Bye bye.